And for those who kind of forgot what happened since I stopped playing Great Ace Attorney last fall, basically, Susato had to go back to Japan because her father was ill. We have no news if he's fine or not. And in the meantime, Ryunosuke is still in London, living at 221B Baker Street along with Lark Sholmes and Iris Wilson. And there was also a big a big plot concerning Kazuma, who was our dead friend. His name was mentioned in a cryptid top secret governmental red tape, and we were kind of figuring out why is he there. And there's also John H. Wilson, who was in this telegram along with what's the other guy's name? Ishin? I don't know. Ijin. I don't know which one was the second one. I think it was... Oh, Tobias Wilson. Tobias Wilson was in there as well. Tobias Gregson. Gregson was the inspector of Scotland Yard. So now I have to bring back all those voices that I made. I've tried to remember what I did for everyone. And right now we're listening to the overture to Resolve. As always, we're going to start with a little tidbit just to warm ourselves up. There's going to be one of the promotional video for Great Ace Attorney 2. We're going to be playing one for each stream that we're going to make. And we already played the first one where we finished the first game. And there's some notes left by Kitagawa, who was one of the composers for Great Ace Attorney. For this piece, I incorporated the melody of Ryunosuke Naruhodo Prelude to Adventures from the first game into the main theme of the second game, Partners. It is my hope that you can get a feel for Resolve just from listening to this alone. And then there's another piece that was never used. It's the unused version. It's this one. Okay, so this is the very, very first version of this piece. There's nothing wrong with it musically per se, but given when it was to be played, I thought that perhaps it would be better to make the melody distinctly audible from the start. So I cut the first 30 seconds or so from this one. Okay, so this is like the first 30 seconds that were cut. There are less arrangements, as I can see. Yeah. There's nothing wrong, but it needed more oomph. Alright, so we're gonna start in gallery, I think? Yeah, no, not this. Moving pictures. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, 7 Days of Sin Evening of Day 1 Adjudication. 3rd of July, 5 PM, the Old Bailey courtroom. The jury has reached a decision about the first charge brought against Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Does the defense wish to make a closing statement?
Myself and my client are very much opposed to the leaking of information, my lord. However, a few minor spoilers can really hurt.
I mean, it's just the fact that Mr. Sholmes is...
Objection! A few minor spoilers, you say? You fail to grasp the magnitude of the situation, my friend. The appearance of this great detective can never be described as minor.
The prosecution's last statement, his entire argument is completely inconsistent, Your Honor.
I beg your pardon?
As you say, you wish to keep the news of your appearance a secret, Mr. Sholmes? Then standing for the prosecution in this public trial as you are, the very act is surely a spoiler in itself! ...
I couldn't deny it. It's a possibility. It doesn't make some logical sense.
Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, state your leanings for the court.
Not guilty!
Not guilty.
Not guilty!
Not guilty.
Not guilty!
Not guilty!
And then they all vote white. And the scale tilts to white.
Well, it would appear that the matter is settled then.
罪深き被告人
7 days, sinner Rinosuke Naruto. On this occasion, the court finds you
無罪
not guilty. Dear me, it's not the conclusion I would expect from a logical and reasonable journey, I must say.
ありがとうございました
Thank you very much.
Hold it! I happen to know a certain gentleman who was thoroughly estranged as a result of revealing a few minor spoilers.
You do?
Yes, I know your kind only too well. You're the sort of person who would politely say to someone new to the Sherlock Sholmes stories, Sholmes, you say, oh yes, wasn't the man who dies in the end of the... and such like. But then there are turns out they didn't actually die at all, and so on.
He's right. There should be some real spoiler alert at the start of this trial.
But I'm sure the details aren't quite right.
I hereby consent is the first of the defendant trial this week.
I trust you all shall attend the next trial.
Hopefully all goes well today and Mr. Naruto will be acquitted again.
This is all. Court is adjourned until the second trial tomorrow evening.
Have you ever made a demo for to be continued? If I ever made a demo for the company that does the description of movies, usually the critics of okay. If I ever made a demo, I don't think I have the equipment for that. I think the thought crossed my mind a lot of times, but I need some help into making a good demo to see what kind of emotion I can make and what kind of voices I can make. But yeah. I mean, the thought crossed my mind, but if I ever make a gig out of this, I probably have to go back to the city and then be involved with all the stress of it all again. Because right now it's not a right moment. Like, I don't want to go back to the city when it's still torn with COVID and stuff. I rather it to be all over. In the meantime, I'm kind of glad and comfortable doing what I do here. All you need is a mic hookup that just hears your voice and your tone, maybe a condenser, and that's about it. Okay, I need a condenser then. I don't have one of those. Having a pop-up filter will help as well, since I have nothing for that. But yeah, thanks for the suggestion. Like, this thought crosses my mind a lot, and yeah, for the moment I rather keep doing what I do on Twitch, and try to make myself visible to all my friends. I think I find more pleasure doing that, this stuff to my close circle and then expand from there. Yeah, there was a time where I thought I could do, break through this domain, but it's all about networking. Anyway, there it is. This is the Greatest Attorney 2 Resolve. We're gonna start a new game. Are you ready? I know I am. I got a little bit of a warm up with all the voices. So let us begin. Let's see what they got in store. Bespoke Tailor. Now it's fading to white. We see a blue sky. Clouds and trees. Panning down when we see Susato in front of a tombstone. That must be Asogi's tombstone.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital.
You see a picture of Ryunosuke?
You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court. Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another awful crime. And then we see a knife on the floor, broken base. Oh, it's Giselle! Giselle Brett? She's the new...
So I came here today to ask something of you.
She's the new victim.
Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
What? Susato's gonna defend herself? Yeah, Giselle Brett has been found murdered. Stabbed in the back,
So
holding a
please.
pen.
I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
Okay, so now you're probably wondering why Susato is wearing a different outfit. I'll explain later. Alright, episode 1, The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. Oh my god, we see a picture of her and a picture of her dressed as a boy. Okay, here's what's going on. There's, 13th of August, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber number 3. Alright. Two things that we need to remember. I'm gonna read you later, No Eyesight. Just a little tangent. First, when I purchased the game, there were different skins that were available, that were included since I pre-ordered. And they were only unlockable for the second game, not the first one. Maybe because the technology wasn't there, or they only decided to make alternative skins only after the fifth Phoenix Wright game with Athena Sykes, which was not Spirit of Justice, the one before that. And this is one of the greatest. This is one of the latest game that ever was translated in the Ace Attorney franchise. There was one after that, but it was fan translated. Like, the voice acting is in Japanese, but the subtitles and everything, all the text, are in English. It was for Spirit of Justice. There is a dubbed version of Spirit of Justice. I believe it's only for the 3DS. But since the 5th and 6th game of even the 4th, even Apollo Justice was only played on handheld and never had a port on console. Not for... Maybe it's available for Switch, but not for PlayStation 4. So there were some extra costumes for Susato, Ryunosuke, and Herlock Sholmes. So Susato was wearing some sort of... she was wearing Western clothes. Like, basically, they did a switcheroo. Like, usually she's wearing traditional Japanese garment. And then she, and there's an available skin where it's like clothes designed by Iris. Like, there's the flower crest on the clothes. She's wearing a short skirt with sort of vest blouse, like a vest for a woman for autumn. And she's wearing a hat. Her hair is tied short up in buns. And she's wearing a hat with goggles. The same goggles that Herlock Sholmes and Iris are holding. So basically everyone is going to be wearing goggles. And everybody is steampunk, because during the Meiji Restoration, at the end of the samurai era, the cast, the samurais, the samurai warriors still existed. Those who embraced the restoration, they were like they're changing outfits. Some were wearing Western style military clothing, and or others will wear guns, ride on horses, or still having their katana. So it was very weird to see them on the battlefield. It was a very bit chaotic at this point. It was kind of a free for all. And what's the other thing that I wanted to say? I forgot. Oh yeah. Regarding the story, yes, it's heavily influenced by the Japanese culture. Yeah. The second part of the story, the reason why it's she's doing, she said she's gonna forgive me. I'm gonna represent myself as a lawyer. Is during that period of time, women cannot be lawyers. It was only reserved for men. Right now, her rank and status is judicial assistant to the defense. She used to be the assistant of her father, who was a coroner, but she cannot be a doctor. She has she has a knowledge of medicine, Japanese medicine, Japanese and British law, but she cannot make a job out of it. She can only be an assistant. She can only assist. Even when standing in court, she cannot stand in court unless she's been summoned. She cannot like intervene and okay, I have something to say. She will be rebuked. This is why it's pretty important, and we see a picture of her, a silhouette of her dressed as a man. So she's going to be representing herself as a lawyer, but she will not do so as Susato Mikotoba. She will have to impersonate a man just to defend herself because she's been accused of a murder she didn't commit. And the body is Giselle Brett. And she was sussy from the start. Like, she was the first culprit in the first game. And we have no idea if she was guilty because it was a special trial and she would to be tried by by English law. And since she was here as a student of medicine, she had some sort of diplomatic immunity. I don't know how. I don't know why they gave it to her. But yeah, and now it turns out she's dead. And I have no idea why. I can find good reason why to kill her because she was a bitch. She killed Watson. Why she killed Watson, that was never be presented at court. The right now where we were focusing during the tutorial was to find the defendant not guilty. It was not our job to find out the motive of the real killer. Alright, now I'm ready to read what you said, No Eyesight. If you ever change your mind, since I watch a lot of movies with audio description, I could tell you the companies with a person and all you have to send them an email, that's about it. Then send you the demo and probably be all set, I'm sure they will contact you. I would appreciate it if you know some stuff, like I said, what I'm lacking is network. So if you know a lot of companies, you can send it to me either by email or by a DM on Discord. I would gladly take a look of it, but I'm pretty sure. Well, I hope I'm getting some chance because usually voice actor, they're kind of going for what they're going for. They're fetching them young. I wish I had that information back then, back when I was 18 years old. That would have been sweet and important information. For the moment, I'll take what I can get. I appreciate. I was approached by one of my friends who wanted to. He wanted me to voice act in one of his game they're developing. It's an audio game, but it's more like an audio book. And I told them to send it in my way if they have that information. Right now, I'm still waiting for the guy. In the meantime, I'm doing my stuff. So there you go. Because Nacho, because the guy does the first Matrix movie, 45 years old when he made the movie, and he made Black Walk Down and other movies. I already recognized his voice. I looked him up. I was the same guy, and yeah, he was 45 years old. Oh, okay. All right, so there's hope. There's hope. All right, let's start the game. So enough exposition.
Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself.
This is her father, Mikotoba.
Good you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late.
Oh, yes, good morning, sir.
I hardly recognize you. You've got a fine figure, Consul. But you look as white as a sheet, and those white eyes aren't doing you any favors either.
Oh, dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I have never been born.
Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say.
Eugene Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father.
Question mark. Excuse me. Oh, it's a woman. She's kind of as old, if not a little bit younger than Susato. She's wearing a traditional kimono. She's wearing a white ribbon or a yellow kimono with a 5-petal flower design on them. She has straight black, well-combed hair with some makeup. And she's looking at us straight in the face. I have no idea what voice to give her.
Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes. Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life.
Karate pose?
It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Ray Membami, born the same year as I, and my greatest friend.
Rimembami. Usually the names in Phoenix Wright are puns. I'm trying to see if this is a pun. Rimembami. Remember me! Oh my god! Remember me! You see? God damn it. Her name is fucking Remember Me. Remember me!
Born the same year as I and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial.
Okay, so she's not protecting herself, she's defending her best friend who has been accused of killing Giselle Brett. She has no reason to do so, but for some reason Susato put it on herself. Okay, I'm gonna defend her since no one else would, because she's a woman of lowly stature, and because the victim was such important. We have no idea why, because this happens during the beginning of the 1900s. It's the beginning of the Anglo-Japanese alliance. Like the two great empires wanted to make an alliance together, basically to consolidate their colonies in Korea and China respectively, and also to make a big front against Russia. But story will tell us that this alliance will go sour come the First World War. But that's another story for another time.
Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have to become a little flushed.
Oh my! Well, no, she's hiding her face behind her sleeve.
It's just that you look so gallant and dashing.
Oh my god, she's falling in love with us because we're dressed as a boy and we look cute. We're like Mulan here. Like, Rey is Mulan before and we're Mulan after, but instead of looking like a Chinese warrior, we look like an imperial officer in the army, because we're wearing a cap and boys' clothing. But boys' clothing for attorneys are like a copy paste of the Marine uniform.
Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me rather bashful.
She's doing it again. She's hiding her mouth behind her sleeve, and she barely look at us. She's looking away, and sometimes she would fidgetly look in our direction, but not for long. Susato ...
Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am.
Oh, okay. They put Susato, but right now she's pretending to be someone else, so I mustn't give her the Susato voice when she talks, because she's pretending to be a man, so probably she's trying to make a deeper voice for herself. But I guess the father isn't the know because he called us our daughter.
It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work.
Oh, what? What do you mean, Professor Mikotoba?
If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax.
Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father.
Father? ... What? Is that you, Susato?
I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that...
No! What are you doing? What's going on? What?
That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge.
Look at you! You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University! A male student!
I'm so glad you think so. That's the look I was kind of going for, actually. It means all my preparation has been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning just to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see...
It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial.
My defense? ... Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated I haven't been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for the day, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer.
Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me?
Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve.
Oh no, I have complete faith in you.
Ray.
Ray ...
It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason! I mean, why should you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Ray... Please don't look at me like that with those flushed cheek and dotting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice.
You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man.
I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face and all this, but I can't see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder? Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clear. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato.
Defendant, counsel, court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Oh. Stand aside!
Eddie red.
I don't think I ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Susato, you're certainly surprised your father. Going to such length to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this.
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? ...
You should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I do what I can to support my student.
Oh, she's gonna be the assistant because it's the tutorial.
Thank you, father. I'm Susato Mikotama, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan.
Okay, here's the new outfit for Ryunosuke. As you can see, he looks like a younger Herlock Sholmes with his outfit, but with the crest of Iris. He doesn't have a hat, but he has his goggles on him.
How many times have I wished that we were here, Wanda? Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san.
13th of August, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, courtroom number 1. Yeah, it's the same judge and the same prosecutor, so we're gonna do the same voices.
This court is now in session to hear the trial of Remember Me.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency!
Oh, she's wearing... Oh my god, I just remembered. Susato is wearing her steampunk outfit. She's not wearing her boy outfit. So that's gonna be weird. Can I change that? Wait. I think I can. I'm just gonna save. I'll save. I want to see the... I want to see her girl outfit, her boy outfit. I'll make another save. Save complete. GGA2 resolve. Back to title. Save your current progress. I just did. I'll do it again, just to be sure. Alright. It was special contents. Taylor. Yeah, this is the Iris homemade dress. Okay, I'm gonna remove that for Susato. Continue. GGA2, yeah, this one. Ah, there it is, it worked. She really looks like a boy. She looks like, what's his face? Yeah, like he said, the varsity jacket, the cape, the hat, and the tied up hair. But she still have her bangs. So that's the only thing that would betray her is the feminine bangs. If she would have cut those and give herself a boy haircut, that would be more efficient. But anyway, she's dotting. She's not speaking, so I think she's thinking of a voice to make for the judge.
Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready.
Oh, this is the father that speaks.
Ready!
And she's having the same first time Naruhodo eyes, like she's fidgeting with her eyes.
Oh, yes, counsel. According to your registration detail, your name is,
Ryutaro Naruhodo? Is that correct? Ryutaro instead of Ryunosuke, it's Ryutaro. So she used the same last name as Naruhodo, like she's related to to Ryunosuke, but Ryutaro, her name's her name's means Dragon Tiger.
Yes! Both are manly names! My name is Dragon Tiger! Dragon Tiger, I see!
Ryutaro.
Sorry? Oh yes, I have come with a suitable male name for you and for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel? Yes, that's right! That's me! Yes, I'm Ryutaro! He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan! It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo? A fresh face in this court, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be?
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of the study program. This is, his cousin! Well, that's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers.
Any of them!
Tut 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 tut! What a pitiful situation! Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has to call in the country boy!
How dare you! Sato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of you Tokyo attorneys!
Shut up!
I won't have you making fun of her!
Huh?
Please be careful, Ray.
What an unrefined tomboy we have here! But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not!
Oh, I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruto-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit.
Eyes are wont to flit? I'm not reading that wrong. That's exactly what it says. Is that a typo? Eyes are wont to flit?
The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Oh, dear me, dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now,
Yeah, we can see.
the same judge tested him as well.
Again, we see pictures of the previous game.
And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple question?
Oh, now she removed her cape and we see her lawyer badge. And yeah, she's wearing Ryunosuke's school uniform. She's in 2nd grade as well.
Alright, it's time to prove myself.
Slapping her face just like Ryunosuke.
Yes, Your Excellency! But please do make them simple.
So you'll notice that I'm gonna change between voices with her when she talks and when she thinks to herself. So she's using her regular voice to think to herself, and the butch voice for the butch voice when she talks.
Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Phew, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. ... Ah!
Stage fright.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruto-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blank!
It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances.
Oh dear, this is a dismal failure.
Don't fret. You need only to use the knowledge you gain as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record.
That's right. Just use R1 to open the court record. Then, you need to flip to the people section with R1. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely.
Alright, check the court record with R1. That's where the information I need will be.
Okay, now I can do it. Post-mortem report. Time of death just after 2 p.m. Death is believed to be due to trauma to the victim's lung from a knife blade. Only a single wound was identified. Okay, let's examine. Victim, Giselle Brett, female British. Time of death, 11th of August at around 2 p.m. Ascertained by examination and witness statement. Cause of death, single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. So yeah, if a lung has been pierced, she wouldn't be able to scream. Little note, detail just right now. Other notes. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. Meiosis. Was she drugged? Her pupil dilated. Oh, constricted. It's not the dilation, it's okay, meiosis. Okay, so... But we never saw her eyes. Her face was always obscured by her big swan hat. How could he have seen her eyes? And those were notes ascertained by examination and witness? Okay.
I'm waiting, Counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
Taketsushi Aochi, no, that's the prosecutor. Yujin Mikotoba, no, that's your father. So, of course.
Yes!
Raising her hand.
The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett.
Ouchie da da da.
Giselle Brett. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be aware of the significance of that name.
Exclamation mark.
So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett! Behind the woman student persona was the face of...
A victim, Queen Victoria, a killer.
Yes!
Oh, she didn't do the slipping of a fake slamming the desk with both hands. She slammed the desk with confidence.
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett.
Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country has just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba.
Oh. There was no name. I thought it was Mikotoba all along. Okay, just... Oh, wait. No, not that. Log? Where is the log? Oh, people. Okay. Oh, history. Square. I'm such a dunce. Yeah, it says Mikotoba and then there's no new name.
I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba? Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter of the government wished to resolve rapidly.
Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, with the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China, instead.
Oh yeah, she was never tried. She was moved to China. Well, because China was one of the British colonies at the time.
Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there.
There you go. Correct. I oversaw the negotiation personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligation was to see the woman safely on board the steamship. Ah, okay, now we can see the real motive of the murder. Somebody didn't want her to make it to China.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed.
Only the day before?
Mumble, rumble, 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 rumble. That will do. I am satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh!
She bows.
Thank you, Your Excellency!
Over the first hurdle.
Alright, no eyesight. Take care, do what you need to do, and I hope to see you back soon. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie. He stretches his sleeves.
As you wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight.
There's a beach.
On the outskirts of the imperial capital under a bright blue sky, a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung.
And she has that weird smile too. She died with a smile on her face. And she's clenching her fist with a pen in her right hand. Her left hand is palm flat on the ground, and the swan on the hat looks like it was slain as well. It just lays there. Oh! The rest is all blurry by the contrast because it's a black and white picture.
An injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, remember me. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Dot dot dot. Judge dot dot dot. Well, the extraordinary description of event leaves me somewhat lost for word, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about
the baiting spot, being alone together, or the powerful motive. Yeah, the motive is more important here.
You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut 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 tut. It's the yokel boy using dog words he doesn't fully understand. I beg your pardon? No matter. Let's put this to the accused, shall we? Mambabi-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yumi University, I believe?
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that the defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assistant and?
I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson.
Dr. Wilson!
Alright. I'm gonna take a sip. Because doing Ouchie's voice is stressing. Now doing Ouchie's in Ryotaro at the same time, back to back. I'm not sure if I'm going to get enough water before the end of the trial. Yeah, now they're going to say that the motive for Remember Me was revenge. Fuck that.
The visiting English professor was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago.
Rubble.
The accused has a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the English woman who killed him.
Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done, a powerful hatred.
Oh no, Ray, be careful of what you're saying! The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, it was clearly a trap all along.
How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that.
I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about
being alone together.
Membami-san?
Yes, what is it, Naruto-san. I'm really starting to wish we'd made my Highness Ryotaro Susato.
Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. And why you were alone with her.
Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present, a detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone, together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else.
Exclamation mark.
The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No!
Because, as we know, the following day would be Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Rubble.
Kindly refrain from conjecture, Console.
The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you.
Oh dear. This is really terrifying, but Father's right. We need more information.
The more I do Aochi and Ryotaro back and forth, when I switch back to Mikotoba, the results is like I'm trying to do the same voice, but it doesn't come out the same as before. It's weird. My throat has been tested today. I have no idea that it would be tested that much.
As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about...
The baiting spot.
If I may, Prosecutor Archie?
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a baiting spot?
My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins.
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intended purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would an old criminal have been relaxing by the sea? ...
That's a good argument. Why would she be allowed to be by the sea? Why was she granted such privilege?
For old time's sakes, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day on our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
That's weird.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor! It was the government who granted permission, not I! In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. Nothing!
But in fact, a murder took place.
I said don't look at me! It was that young student girl who did it, not I!
But no one has proved that yet.
I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to.
I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now.
Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at India University. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing
the murder of the mentor for whom she has such great respect, enjoying such undeserved liberty.
Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment.
Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit, a photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Oh, okay, now we see another picture with a better angle. Okay, now the mask is the mask that she always wearing, the masquerade mask, on a stick, fell on the ground. There is on the right a suitcase that's been opened with other masks and clothes. There's a fallen. There's a glass of wine that tipped over on the floor. It's tipped over. It didn't break. It's in one piece. It's if they say that she dropped the glass, she would have been. Oh wait! Oh wait! I'm thinking about something funny. The constriction of the pupils. I was asking if she was poisoned. She probably was poisoned. By the bottle, there's a wine bottle on the floor. It's tilted over. Next to it, next to her right hand, there's the glass, but it's not broken and tilted. There's some red liquid that's fallen over. There is a coffee table with tea, and there's some sort of hanger for a dress. Okay, so yeah, we can see the belongings. We see a coat hanger where her dress is with the purse, and yeah, she's wearing ballerina sandals. I can barely see the leg because it's in the shadows, but yeah, from the front you can see the balloon on the wound on the back. But we cannot see her face. There's some feathers, 6 or 7 feathers that's fell from the hat. There's another pair of shoes that's on the open suitcase. Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image.
As you can clearly see, there's nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. The photographic print of the scene taken by police just after the incident occurred. The stab wound in the victim's back is visible. As I understand it, then the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case.
Exclamation mark.
We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses of the crime and damning evidence. Witnesses?
But who?
Ray da.
One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
Ark.
Very well then, counsel. Bring forth your witness.
Da.
I, Taketsushi Ouchi, have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry?
Oh, yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse. When that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me!
Now I see an old picture of Ouchie back then.
Ah! Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
I just noticed, like, also that he has his old haircut. Not the old. We see, yeah, he's wearing the old haircut, and at the end, Kazuma used the sword to cut the top knot, so his hair fell down, and this is what we see today. Like, Ouchie is back with his hair falling down. Okay, so now we have a big contradiction here, since I didn't change Ryunosuke's outfit. He didn't wear the Herlock Sholmes steampunk outfit, just he had the Iris homemade suit. Well, yes.
This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten!
And then Kazuma.
You've become conceited with age, counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that.
Swish! And now this is how the top knot was cut.
Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
Oh, the start of your own mini-Meiji revolution! Are you modernizing as well, counsel?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there had been a minor miracle atop my head.
Oh! Wait. I need to pay attention to that. There is a little bit of, there's a little smidge of hair, like, yes, a small toupee bump in the front.
Observe the Ouchi growth.
Yes, there it is.
You see? You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the buried expanse of my crown?
I think that Daddy Groot is trying to tell me something.
I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly?
I said silence! Today, I face another Yoko student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you! And my victory will be the fertilizer for the seed of hope atop of my head! You have been warned! Warned! With that, the prosecution calls the witness to the stand.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides of this trial. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose.
A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life!
For a man it is. Oh, Osonaga is here. Whoa, Natsume is back as well. Everybody, both of them are wearing their... Okay. Osonaga is wearing... He's having the same butler pose. He's having the still... He's having his... not his apron, but his towel on his forearm. But he's wearing... 1920s or 1910s stripe marine blue and white swimsuit that covers the whole body, a full one piece. And then we see Natsume, who's back from Japan, because he came to Japan just before fuck, am I gonna say it? who came back from leaving Japan after studying literature. And apparently he's the parody of a real Japanese author. I think he wrote I Am a Cat, which is basically a tale told from the point of view of a cat. A lot of stuff happened. And I think, yeah, if I remember, the cat's name is also a reference to one of his books as well. So,
Witness! Please state your names and occupation for the court.
oh, and also we see a plushy turtle tied up with a red rope around Osonaga's head. So now you say, Chief Inspector Satoru Osonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. And then Soseki, and I am, well, the next big things is books. The next big thing in books, an author renowned throughout the capital. In fact, yes. Soon to be told, the satirical I Am a Cat, Essential Success by Soseki Natsume. And then there's a photograph in the back of him who's taking pictures and notes. And he has an ink stain on his right hand. But he's writing with a pen. That's weird. So yeah, I was about to say he wrote I Am a Cat, but now it's like, yeah, he's doing this for real. Soseki Natsume.
Oh my goodness!
Struggling student from the provinces, please, you needn't be in awe of me.
I need it?
It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please, relax. Call me Soseki even.
Yes!
What on earth is Soseki-san doing here?
Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun.
Yeah! Yes, of course, I know!
I presume Soseki-san would have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that's been since I last saw him.
So yeah, this is weird. I thought he was wearing a battle robe, but it's actually, it's a kimono, but he's wearing a kimono on top of his Western clothes. So he's still having his bow tie and his sleeveless vest and his white shirt. All of that underneath a brown kimono with stripes.
And as for Inspector Osonaga, the amazing outfit is hard to believe.
Adjusting his glasses.
Do I have something on my face?
Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself as being at the scene, Soseki-san? Ah, well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
What? Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact.
With Professor Mikotoba?
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about two former students who would study in Great Britain. Of course. Being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. The secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy.
Oh, that would be a scoop. Yeah.
Aha!
As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
Thank you very much!
You practically threw that paper at me! Ah!
The Soseki Natsume article has been entered into the court record. Newspaper containing an article about discussion between my father and Soseki-san. The debate became quite spirited.
Anyway, following my interview with the professor...
Oh, let me check the court record. Hold your horses. Oh, we can see him with posing. With the cat! The cat followed him! They say spirited, but it's basically, it's passionate, like he's doing the pose like he always does. What else? Is that an ad for bicycle? Ting ting, bicycle ting. I have no idea what this is. Okay. Is there anything I can spot here? This is a brush. More shoes. That's a big white stain. Yeah, the picture's in black and white, so I have no idea if the stain, what the colors of the stain, because I don't know. Yeah, the blood is darker than the wine. Oh, I see footsteps. There's footsteps here. One. A lot of footsteps. Somebody was inside. Somebody went in.
Following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her.
And that detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Osanaga.
Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach.
Coughing.
But fortunately, I'm at peak physical fitness at the moment, so...
He's still bleeding!
I was able to carry on my duty flawlessly.
He's coughing blood, and nobody seems to pay any mind. Chief Inspector Tuberculosis, yo.
Oh my, Inspector, you! Well, you do have something on your face now.
And he wipes his blood. Oh, that's a beach towel. He's holding okay, it's a beach towel. He's holding on his forearm like it's a waiter's napkin, and he wipes his face with it.
Oh, unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean that you went to the beach too, Father?
Oh, does that mean that you went to the beach too, Father?
No. Unfortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had! I never had seen that awful sight! Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret!
Scoop!
Very well, I must ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast.
Coughing blood, again.
Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am.
The witnessed scene.
On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach all at once when I found the pair in question. Yes! That young girl was astride the English woman, dagger in hand, and she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Indeed. It does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw that the very moment of this heinous crime.
What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes. That was it. Damning evidence.
What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in the lying moment, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would possibly identify her killer.
What?
Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Judge. Oh, goodness me! Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand.
That's right, the fountain pen.
And if you could kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah! The owner's initial has been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Remember me. The initials of the defendant.
Ah!
No!
And she's being pulled back the same way as Felix would.
This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence.
The fountain pen has been entered into the court record. Found grasping in her hands, carries the initials RM.
So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence? There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel.
I don't understand. The prosecutor Ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise.
Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now.
Ryutaro ... Naruhodo-san!
Naruhodo.
She's struggling getting up and clencing her fist.
That means, oh yes, it's me, yes! I'm Ryutaro Naruhodo!
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
In spirit, yes.
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom, sir.
Cousin Ryutaro, pull yourself together, please.
All right, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witness's testimony to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do!
I'll humor them, but I know where the contradiction is. The witness scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise.
Hold it!
In that jaunty disguise?
Correct. Wait, no! I mean, it wasn't the first time I wore this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tested and tried. Do what must be done to keep the English woman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day.
And this tried and tested outfit was the answer?
Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface.
So yeah, he's bending and now we see the little turtle on top of his head. So yeah, he was... He said he was spying, like he was protecting the victim by playing spy. Like he was not being a bodyguard, he was being like he was being Mission Impossible, like he disguised himself. He was underwater, he couldn't see anything, he just, oh no, I'm just a turtle, I'm just a turtle.
Mr. Turtle loves the water.
I should give a name. I should give a name and a voice for the turtle just for shits and giggles.
Mr. Turtle.
Ryutaro ...
But there was no need for you to blend into the background of this assignment, really, was there?
If that made your late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong.
Coughing blood.
Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment.
Yeah, it was like a funny skit, but...
I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me.
Okay, I'm up for another shit and giggle.
Hold it!
Ah! You're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Soseki-san?
In more literally terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens.
Kia! For the light. Oh, wait, she couldn't have screamed, she was stabbed in the lung.
Of course, that was just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things so.
Soseki-san wasn't all like that in this... Wasn't at all like this in England.
Anyway, I spun around at the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze.
Yes, the beach hut!
The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats here for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although the English woman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sun.
I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you.
Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut and a run. Or, in a more literally term,
I decrabbed and beetled off hotwise. Wait. Those are literary terms? I decrabbed and beetled off hotwise. Okay.
I ran to the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question.
Hold it!
Wait! By pair, you don't mean to say? But how could that be?
No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Raymond Mambi-san.
Oh! It would have been helpful if you could just said that from the outset.
If you jump to conclusion, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes.
Dear me, pinning your hopes on such outside chance. Foolish, very foolish.
It really was an outside chance. I just wish I realized that before I said something silly.
So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut?
Oh well, it was a sorry sight, a really grisly scene. I parted the Norrin curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. Coughing blood. My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes.
How thoroughly appalling!
Oh!
He doesn't appear to be lying here.
Well, Soseki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Osanaga is saying, I wonder?
You'd like a literary man's opinion? Yes! That young girl was astride the English woman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly.
Hold it!
Stab wildly? You actually saw her do it?
Oh, indeed. The Turbo Spectre, the Terrapin Inspector, the Bloody Torrent, the Otter's Torment.
Ooh, that's good stuff. Let me steal that for you.
Leak! Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. Oh, that was my impression at least, as a future literary sensation.
Counsel! What on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream?
Oh, no. What are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you. Looking away.
I wonder if I might interject here, Soseki-san. Something you say is troubling me. That was my impression where you were just now, I believe.
Soseki, is twitching from the eyes. Both eyes. And one eyebrow is flicking up and down like a tick, nervously.
Ah, so you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described?
Adjusting his bow tie, looking behind him. Okay, now adjusting his mustache. Now he look as paranoid as he was 9 months ago when we found him during chapter 4.
No! Yes! I know what I saw! My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream. It's my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it in all tomorrow's newspaper serial.
Rubble.
It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre return.
I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your order friends on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become.
Oh dear, how awkward.
Yeah. One of the witnesses say absolutely nothing. So this is like that in the tutorial. Yeah, we have to focus on important information, and to make it easy, they bring two witnesses. One that saw everything, one that that's just there to fill. It will happen like that with last game's tutorial with Yesanosa and Curio Collecta. Basically, the Curio didn't see anything because he was on the floor looking for his coin that he wanted to trade. They wanted to sell. And Yesa did say the stuff. So yeah, the stab multiple times. I'm not going to press on it. I'm going to present straight away. Let me examine the post-mortem one more time. Single deep stab wound. There you go. Single. Present.
Objection!
There you go. No music. Everything gone black and white, as if time stopped.
With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san has stood here on this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Kanso?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me.
Who? What? Where? When? How? Yeah, the 5 important question of all journalism.
Not you, Sosuke-san! This query is directed at Inspector Osonaga!
At me?
In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times.
Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon.
And yet, that cannot be!
What? Get to the point, please, Console.
Looking at his book.
In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Osanaga's testimony is clearly flawed!
Oh!
And Sosuke-san,
Me?
you claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim?
Yes, I did! Wildly!
But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife what you saw the defendant holding.
Yes.
And? That means you never saw the stabbing. You saw the outcome. You saw the aftermath.
It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred.
True! Then what exactly is your contention, Console? Are you ever going to tell us?
Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Sosuke-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body.
Oh my god, Ray was an idiot. Ray was an idiot. She fell for the stupidest trick in the book. Ray found the victim first. The knife was sticking out. And she removed it. And people saw her removed it. Therefore, they thought she killed it. That bitch. And we're defending this idiot. Oh my god, I need to take a break. Oh shit. Okay. Alright. The music is good though. I love the music for this new game.
But that can't be! Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them without objection, and then proceed to pull them apart systematically.
Objection! Well, this takes me back.
Exclamation mark.
Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with half-baked objection attempting to steal the show.
You're right, there were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair.
Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference!
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man! When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow! And it was at that moment that she had withdrawn the blade ready for the next strike that the witness saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused has already stabbed the victim!
Ah!
All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustache order is prone to moments of extravagance.
Rubble. Rubble. Rubble.
I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for action to be viewed with suspicion.
But if she was withdrawing the blade...
Then we are back to where we started.
Sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And why? And with the demon's cold-blooded composure, too! The prosecution demands an explanation, and that better be good.
Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Ah, yes. Going for the jugular.
What does father mean by that?
Let the court hear you answer there, counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case.
The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was so she could...
Stab her again, save her life, or hide the knife. Oh, she studied medicine. She saw the stabbing wound, so she removed the knife to dress the wound. She was trying to save her life, but it failed. Save her life.
According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. It's though she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed! Giving her the time to take hold of a piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer!
The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
Ouchie da da da. Judge da da da. Mikotaba da da da.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Oh, is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slip-hole assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean.
Slipshod?
An excellent idea, Inspector! Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense!
Oh, piece of candy. Okay, I'm gonna do the piece of candy.
Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request.
Now it's gonna be hard to do voices with a candy in my mouth. But at least it's gonna keep me salivated.
You will testify again before the court.
Oh my god. When I talk, the flavor comes out worse. On the subject of the defense counsel assertion, and you're sabotaging my plain eyesight with those candies. I wish you could use your points on something else. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. God. Oh, that's awful. Forensic medicine primer. Okay. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant would announce of sense out of know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student didn't have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor, and I'm still coughing blood. I'm gonna say that every time I see blood on his lips, because he's coughing blood and nobody pays any mind.
Is that what you had? Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily?
Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper should be removed.
Oh, I see.
Ah, this is why yokels should stay on the farm.
Oh, but if she removed the knife, why doesn't she have blood on her body? Wait, is that why she took the pen? She removed the knife and put the pen as a stopper? That doesn't make any sense. At this point, better leave the knife there. Yeah. Okay. Okay, this is a good twist.
Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it.
Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true that they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then...
Why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal from his breath?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm cracking. I'm crushing the candy right now. I better get done with it. Okay.
Ray never even mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have?
Susato,
Yes?
pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here.
Huh?
Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency!
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards.
I understand.
Believing in your client and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard.
Alright, cross-examination. Forensics medicine primer. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding.
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention it would be alright?
Now he's stroking the turtle. I wouldn't have thought this needed spilling out really, but... The blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You can't just do it.
Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation.
You see, Council, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Ah!
Back to the witness testimony, please. But that's basic knowledge that any medical assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here.
Which is...
Clearly, the defendant, remember me, son, does not possess an ounce of sense.
Facepalm. What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba?
I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as a lacking in common sense.
Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer!
I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it.
Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. He's pounding the gavel on his hand.
Oh dear, that recoiled on me rather badly.
That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn.
Hopefully you can see now that this is really a basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have been aware of it. In other words, there is no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim.
Hold it!
But the defendant has suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently.
I really don't think in-advent action can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would have behaved so irrationally.
Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman prerogative, isn't it? Huh? Huh? Am I right, you guys? Women are so stupid, right?
Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man would have such bigoted views. In your face!
Oh dear!
Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take her hold a little too much.
Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? This should cover the medical side of the argument. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. Let me check. I want to check the court record. Oh, wait.
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membami-san's nature to do something so awful.
Okay, now I can do the court record. Okay, so... If somebody stabbed on the lung, maybe she removed the blade so she could breathe? No. I don't know, man. Something's off. Death would have occurred within minutes. Oh wait, I want to check the people. R1 again. Okay. Okay, so Eugene Mikotoba 43, Remember Me 16, Giselle Brett 25, Taketsushi Aochi 52, Satoru Sonaga age 30, Soseki Natsume 33. Okay. Wagahai. Now the name of the cat comes back to me. Wagahai.
But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against.
But you don't know the defendant!
Objection! And you, Katsu, do not appear to know the law!
Exclamation mark.
Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings.
With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused.
So do I.
Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motives, please? Ah, yes, Miss Brett was in many ways a sworn enemy of Membani-san. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him.
Yes, the Englishman appeared to have been a very broad-minded individual.
Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated tradition. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities.
Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point.
This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew what withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it.
Susato, it's a time like this when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals.
The fundamentals?
Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it?
Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already.
I think perhaps you've forgotten something, though. You need to take the evidence as face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too.
Oh, wait. Can I? No, I cannot. I cannot move the. I cannot move the evidence.
Ah!
I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help.
Examine their evidence in the court record? It's an idea. What should I do?
I can examine. That's what I'm doing right now. Okay, maybe there's a small detail. I'm gonna reread everything. On the people. Indebted to the late John Wilson. Photographic scene taken by the police. Stab wound. The victim's back is clearly visible. Okay, I'm gonna ask for a refresher. I'm pretty sure they're gonna tell us stuff I already know.
Yes, Father, Spartan guidance is what I need.
I think that might be overdoing it slightly, but Very well, so open the court record first of all with R1. Now, let's take a look at the fountain pen, which was submitted as evidence most recently. Simply press X to examine it further. That's all there's to it. Bullshit! I couldn't do it! I was oh my god.
They blocked me that ability, so the game would have to tell me how to do it. Fucking now I can move it. RM.
Yes, the initials RM. There they are. Clearly engraved on the barrel.
Alright, remove the pen. Open the cap. I want to see if she was stabbed with the pen, if there's blood on the pen.
By using the R up, the R thumbstick, up, down, left, and right, you can look at the piece of evidence from all angles. You should have a good look at everything to make sure you haven't missed any clue.
Yes, I will. I just need to rotate the pen with R, thumbstick, up, down, left, and right, and watch closely for anything out of the ordinary then.
Okay, let's see. Open this. There's the base.
There's some sort of emblem here, look! But it isn't a Yume University one.
It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind.
Yeah, it's like 3 circles with crosses in the middle of each. And they're wrapped around with Reeves?
But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray.
Ah! Fountain pen has been updated in the court record. Okay. So... an emblem of some description. So this here is a proof that it doesn't belong to Ray. Okay, so pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge. Medical assistant with an ounce of sense, I don't know. Other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is there anything else? Nothing appears obviously on the ordinary here.
If we take out the pen's lid,
it looks clean.
now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we?
Oh! There's some sort of glass vial inside the barrel.
This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from the bottle up through the nib.
It's something wrong, Father?
Just that there doesn't actually appears to be any ink in there, that's all.
Yeah, it's new. There's not even a stain of ink. It's like this pen was never used.
Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose.
Details of the fountain pen has been updated. A fountain pen bearing an emblem, some description. There's a very small amount of liquid still inside the ink reservoir. Let's check. Now that I don't see anything. There's no ink. Okay, the RM
are very clearly engraved here.
And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moment is a very clearly a message too.
To identify the killer, you mean?
I don't think there can be any doubt that there is a key piece of evidence in this case.
Okay. So we saw this, we saw this. There's no ink at the tip. Is there something else they want me to see? Okay, I got new information, but I don't know where to put it. We saw that already. Single Kraken testimony.
Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruto-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater details with X.
Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go to the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue.
Yes, I'll do it straight away.
I'm gonna read the thing again. She noted that lying on the ground, being the dead.
Attention! Hold it!
They really want us to focus on the crest, but I don't know how this info could contradict anything that he says.
Hold it! Hold it!
Wah, wah, wah.
Hold it!
Alright, I'm gonna have to present shit, and hopefully I'll be wrong or not. This is the point of the game where we try everything. Sometimes the game is stupid. Alright, save the game. Alright, present the pen.
Objection!
No.
The witness statement is definitely contradicted by this piece of evidence.
Is that so, counsel, that perhaps you would care to explain to the court precisely how?
Oh, well, definitely.
The contradiction lies in your apparent eagerness to present an empty argument, I feel.
Objection!
Your Excellency, I must object to the witness side's statement.
And the evidence whose thrust in my direction is supposed to prove your point?
I apologize that it presented rather more forcefully than I intended to.
You will kindly refrain from these overly exuberant outbursts, counsel, be they verbal or material.
You really put me in my place there.
Wait.
Objection!
What about the witness statement there, well?
The question is, counsel, what about those wide eyes of yours? Well...
Objection!
So it's not It's not the knife at all. I'm gonna reload. It was never the pen. Okay, so there's no good reason the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. I'm gonna be pedantic. There's no knife in the crime scene photograph.
Objection!
No. Okay, I'm gonna try the post-mortem report.
Objection!
No.
Objection!
No. Oh, okay, I'm gonna reload. Okay, this is gonna be stupid. They say let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. I don't think this is it. I'm gonna reload again.
Objection!
No. Oh no, I tried the pen once. Yeah, well, why am I doing this? I tried this on already. So it's not the pen anywhere. Okay, so what did I do?
Objection!
Okay.
Objection! 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 Objection!
No.
Objection! 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 Objection!
No.
Objection! Objection! Objection!
Okay, this doesn't make a lick of sense.
Objection!
Yeah, it doesn't make sense at all. I'm gonna have to use story mode because I went through all the statement with all the evidence and nothing reacts. So I'm gonna have to reload, new story mode, and see what I overlooked. Because I have no idea what the game wants me to do. Basic knowledge in the medical assistance without an end sense ought to know. Other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. I present. Oh my god! Whoa, 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 whoa! Stop, 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 stop. Wait, 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 wait. I couldn't do that before. I couldn't do that before. Wait, wait, wait. I want to get out of here. I'm gonna check the history after that. This is bullshit. I want to check it myself, because this is not cool. I looked at the newspaper and I couldn't interact with it, and now I can. Whoa, 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 whoa. I can now. Fucking believable. Okay, now I'm pissed. They're using my knowledge of the game against me. Oh no, you have to be very dumb. I have to relook, press examine on all the statement. At first, it was this newspaper was only a picture. You can only check with a magnifying glass. Now I can press X on it, and and you can use an item. You can pivot. So yeah, I'm gonna press history so I can read all the stuff that you read. So basically, in the back of the newspaper, there's another article.
This is the newspaper from Soseki-san. There seemed to be an important article on the back of the page as well. Exclusive! Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Humane Medical Research. Father, is that your lab?
What the? Let me see that. The poison has been stolen?
It's this morning paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as it is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I have not have heard such a thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information?
Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning the story in our paper this morning, was there?
It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I've put Ray in charge of the project.
Ray? She was managing it?
If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the detail will leak somehow.
I don't believe it.
We need to read this article very carefully.
The article about the poison has been entered into the court record.
Hold it!
Okay, now we're gonna read that produced a new poison article. An article about poison that was stolen from a laboratory at Yume University. Even my father, who was responsible for the lab, knew nothing of the incident. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Following a lecture at Yume by Soseki Natsume on the 11th of August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Deadly in tiny quantities, even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current method cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university could not have been will have to be consulted. Why is the poison being developed? Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of your pupils prior to death. Such symptoms will be suggestive of its toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. So that confirms my theory that she's been poisoned. The death, the killing was not. She was poisoned. And I believe that she was poisoned by the pen. Like there was poison in the ink tank, and that's how that's how she was poisoned. The knife is just there. I believe that the knife was been there, placed in to cover the screams. So, it's a poison article. So, in light of that, let's read through all of the statement again to see if there's a contradiction. Pulling a blade from a wound on ticking will cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical resistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Unless it was poisoned. Unless she knew it was poisoned. But if I show the poison, that would incriminate her because only she knew about it. It was top secret hush hush stuff. But it made her way to the article. How?
Objection!
Apparently that was that.
No. There is one possibility.
Oh, wait.
I mean, there is one possibility. Only one very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound.
What?
Huh? The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser! Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about the deadly poison that had been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yume University.
The victim perished from a stab wound! Poison has no relevance in this case!
But...
Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak.
But a newspaper article! This court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry!
Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirm your assertion.
Your Excellency!
Yes, of course! Thank you!
Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause.
The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article when it says...
Poison stolen from laboratory, deadly in tiny quantities, or why is the poison being developed? I think it's gonna be here. Why is the poison being developed?
According to the article, the development of the poison was requested by the military.
Yes. A troubling revelation indeed.
Oh, it's very worrying.
And yet, even more worrying, it's how this yokel is trying to manipulate the court with nothing more than rumors!
But I feel sure we had a good reason for our action. And I feel sure the explanation is somewhere in this newspaper article.
Try reading the article again.
Oh, it was not that part. Let me check. Okay, mouth of ear wound from a poison-laced blade. When I said why is the poison being developed, it was because of the pupils, contraction of your pupils, which is which fits with the post-mortem report. So I'm gonna have to use the second part. Deadly in tiny quantities.
The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes deaths in minutes.
Are you suggesting?
If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant Membami-san would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
What?
Objection! This is complete and utter nonsense!
Not at all! The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage! The word poison appears nowhere in the document.
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistant to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had strong reason for suspicion then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly! Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, Yoko?
Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved?
Because she saw the eyes. She saw the eyes. Since she studied the poison, she knew that was it.
If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds.
What?
You can't possibly.
From your expression, counsel, it would appear those are not empty words.
Ryotaro ...
But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, have no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Well aware of that. I've seen it many times from my place at this side in the Old Bailey.
In that case, counsel, you will present the proof of the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
The post-mortem report.
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death.
Well,
Under normal circumstances, the pupil dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
what are you doing, you yokel detective?
In the newspaper article there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupil of Miss Brett's eyes is constricted severely,
Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree this is very compelling evidence.
You! Yoko student and Yoko professor! Yeah!
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
Now!
Eugene Mikotoba,
Yes, Your Excellency.
I believe you're best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. ...
It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know.
You don't know?
The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft.
Do you mean to tell the court that the report of this theft are unfounded?
Oh no, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Ha! Listen to the bumbling academic! Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper!
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father!
situation for a university professor. You should have more control of your student rather than allowing them off on killing sprees.
That's totally unfounded!
Somebody said hold it. Hold it! None of this is Professor Mikotowa's fault. It's all my fault.
Ray!
Membami-san, you stand accused here. Outburst that this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing has been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew?
I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why did you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin has somehow been taken. So I decided I would try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was.
The thief? You don't mean...
Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman.
Miss Giselle Brett.
You're digging your grave, Ray.
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison.
Well now, whatever do you mean?
And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. Exclamation mark. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes, they shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realize that the victim was suffering the effect of the stolen poison?
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips while I'd been with her. Which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body.
On the blade and the knife in her back?
And that train of thought was that what spurred you to withdraw the blade?
Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might have still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time.
Ouchie. ... Judge ... Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's very personable, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now.
Objection! Your Excellency, do not be deceived! The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Membami-san, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett became to be stabbed?
Well,
You have no answer, because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? ...
Oh, I have evidence, and it's very much conclusive.
What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor OG.
That.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student.
What?
I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you brought this on yourself!
What the? Okay, now we see the picture of somebody took a picture of Ray, both hands on the blade, presumably to remove the knife. But yeah, you know what I think? I think it's the reporter who did it. Because only the reporter had the opportunity, since it was during the interview with Soseki and Mikotoba. The photograph was there. It's only in that moment that the thing was stolen. And we see that he had the opportunity, and now that he takes the picture, like he probably, like there's a hole in the straw, like this is a paparazzi picture. Like this has been taken by the photograph itself. So basically, he killed from this hole. There's the chair in the back, so he could have stabbed Giselle from outside the hut. She fell on the ground, and then he leans and take a picture of Ray removing the blade out, pinning her as the culprit. This is what I think happened. But we need an angle to bring the photograph to the stand. And the proof that he messed up with the ink, because I noticed like the journalist who take picture behind the outburst of Suzuki, he had ink stain on his hand. But at some point my mind stopped, because when he was writing on his notebook, he was writing with a pencil, not a pen. So I was like, where does the ink stain come from? If he was writing down his article, is taking his note with a pen, that would have been explainable. But I believe that he took one of his pen, removed the ink, by doing so stained his hand to put the poison he stole from the lab, and then use it on the knife to stab Giselle in the back from outside the hut.
What the?
Okay, I have no idea who says that.
Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable.
This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it showed the precise moment that Membabi-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back.
No, that's not true. No.
I don't believe it.
Ah!
Rubble. Order. Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokel are slow of mind and slow to mature.
I'll show you, slow to mature.
Careful now, Susato is starting to show her face here.
It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence.
The incriminating photograph has been entered in the court record. Photographic print taken at the moment the victim was attacked. My friend Ray can be seen kneeling over Miss Brett with a knife on both her hands.
Can't believe he had a photograph like this that up his sleeve the entire time.
Can I Okay, it's only this. I still haven't forgive you for this little upset, Mr. Asshole, sir. Exclusive that the poisons from blah, blah, blah. I can't believe you knew nothing about this.
Nothing was reported to me. It seems an attempted cover-up was at play.
This is extraordinary.
What I'd really like to know is how a reporter found out about it. Well, however it happened, I have to take full responsibility. There'll be serious consequences for sure.
Oh, Father. It's such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words.
Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph?
Ray.
Objection! That's of no importance here! Stop trying to divert attention!
Oh!
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
Ouchie dot dot dot.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Goodness!
Are we to understand then, Counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believed it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence! You Yugo student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that is print so eloquently express.
But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but...
The moment it was withdrawn! Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings!
Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
Oh no!
Susato! This is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph showed the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, we just need to prove that somehow.
You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Taketsuchi Ouchi in a court of law!
If I can determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it.
Well, Counsel,
Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is...
I have the answer. I'm gonna say, just to be sure. slapping her face with both hands.
This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to.
The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
What? No! You can't possibly! But as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us!
Unfortunately, I'm not unable to present the name.
How utterly underwhelming! Did you really believe?
However, I am able to present evidence.
Did you truly believe you could?
The defense has a piece of evidence that revealed important details about the photographer's identity.
What?
Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer?
I'm gonna take the Soseki Natsume article.
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again? Raucous England, returnees tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. Look at this photograph! Not a photograph to make you laugh. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there's also some white lines on the right-hand side.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? Is that their angle? I noticed there were cracks, but I thought that was shitty picture quality. But apparently, let me check the court record again. Yes! The lens is cracked. The same cracked on the side. The picture show a crack because the lens is cracked.
Oh, yes indeed. They had already caught my eyes as it happens.
Ha! What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like?
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now,
if you look closely at this photograph...
Dot dot dot. Good gracious! Yes, exactly the same pattern of line is present on this photograph too.
Objection!
well, that tells us nothing. Ha! Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree.
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside of a hut at the beach, Council.
What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired?
The curious matching pattern to appear on both photographic prints is a result of
The photographer's technique, a camera defect, or some tree branches. I'm gonna say the camera defect because the lens is cracked.
Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photograph.
With the photographic device?
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens caused unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Archie, that one of the photograph features in the newspaper article.
A newspaper? Ah,
That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness in this crime.
What?
Many Meno! This is Sotsuki. I see you were called a raucous England returnee. This is Sotsuki was yelling.
What are you yelling about? You already testified!
It's Many Meno! I tell you! Many Meno! Mo! Many Memo. Mini Memo. Oh, Mini Memo. Mini Memo.
Sotsuki-san? What was that? Did you say many memo?
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten Many Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Well, we have confirmation here, folks. Raiten Many Memo, RM, the same initial as Remember Me. Coincidence?
I think not.
Ah!
Now that you mention it,
This secretly spy snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper of my privacy, the guy in the back. Oh, there it is. There's another confirmation. There's an armband on the left side of his arm. He has some sort of crest. This is the same crest that we found the fountain pen. Magnificent. This is our guy. This is absolutely our guy. Writing a mini memo. I'm writing a mini memo.
writing a mini memo. Could that same reporter be?
A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Write and many memo. Okay. A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Write and many memo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Many Memo? Yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire! Officer, find the newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Oh! Yes, Your Excellency!
As you say, Your Excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistant of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood? Adjusts his sleeve.
Meh. Many memo!
He bows his head and he bumps his head on the desk. So this is the to be continued? Yeah, to be continued. But I'm not gonna stop here. Oh no, not by a long shot. I'm not gonna stop here. Save your current progress. Dun 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 dun. Do you want to save? Yes, I do want to save. So I'm gonna take this little opportunity to refill my canister of water because it's been a field trip for my throat. And I'm gonna go to the bathroom at the same time. Be right back, everyone.
Okay, I'm back. Alright, that felt good. That felt good. Very well, very well. Okay. 13th of August, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber number 3. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray!
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you would stand by me to the last? I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me on the floor. Use one of your Susato toss. No. That's too good for me as well. Drag me to the city streets!
I'm no better, you know.
Oh?
Even though in my heart I knew that you pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, it was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you.
Susato!
I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I would stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer.
Oh, no, no, no.
I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. The fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can't see more clearly now. So, Ray...
Yes?
Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?
Oh, Susato! You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. I was just so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison!
Well now, whatever do you mean?
And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. And she grabbed the pen. Something happened in this hut. It all happened right before my eyes.
And you were the only one in the hut at the time?
That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. Susato ...
We'll be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you said you saw it's true.
Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now.
The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it.
Oh, I see.
Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
The chemical reagent has been entered in the court record. A special indicator solution for a new poison under development by my father's team. It's been created in strict secrecy and exists only in my father's lab. Susato ...
What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret.
It was all the English woman's doing!
What?
It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swarmed in and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there."
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity has been piqued, so I had a little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, Soseki-san knew about the poison.
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught up a glimpse of the toxin too.
This many memo-san. By the way, did the reporter join you at all when you went to the beach?
Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, it shouldn't have been. I doubt very much anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh!
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph.
And then presumably posted it anonymously to the police.
Ah!
Yes, that must be what happened.
Susato.
Counsel, we've just heard the new witness is now ready to testify.
This is the bailiff.
The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Yes!
Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day.
'13th of August, 11:30 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, courtroom number 1. Rubble, 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 rubble. I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Membami. Prosecutor Auchi, have you summoned a new witness? Auchi ...
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh?
What news? And why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling on the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency. Too kind. I was merely carrying out your instruction, of course.
I had the reagent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time.
But judging by the man's swag...
Oh, but judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And Consul, what were the results?
Ouchie da da da.
This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, had no trace of poison anywhere along the blade.
What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Armed with the reagent, the text is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake.
The murder weapon has been entered into the court record.
In short, the accused feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed! Destroyed!
Oh!
Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
Oh, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body?
Near is the reporter.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
Still writing. Write-in mini memo of the Shuyu News. I'm what people like to call a journo. So yeah, we see the crest on his armband on his left forearm. He's writing with a pencil, and he has another pencil on his ears. He's wearing mutton chops, black hair, brown eyes. I want to say a peasant's cap, a commoner's, a common cap on his head, and he's wearing suspenders on off-white shirt with a washed-down brown loose necktie. I was about to say bow tie, but it's not a bow; it's a necktie. It was. I'm looking at the photograph. He's wearing it on his neck with a strap, and I don't see the crack anywhere. The crack must be inside on the inside lens, not on the outside. I want to check something. If I could examine, yes, I could examine the reagent. I can read the sticker.
The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know.
It's German. For your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid.
Couldn't you have just written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'll all be able to read it.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate.
Okay, let's see the murder weapon. We have the blade. It's a small, crude knife that can be found anywhere. The tip is soaked in blood.
Ah, yes, this must be the victim's blood.
Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it?
I'm having to fight
the urge to run in under a hot tap and get it clean.
You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think this is something else, Father.
I wish I could interact with the object myself. I want to test the reagent on the knife and then on the tip of the pen. Yeah, they close it down as well. Write on many memo. There you go. The initials RM.
What's a journal, Father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist.
I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops, so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news.
He stretches suspenders and lets them go.
Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, what have we here?
I'm sorry?
Ooh, brace yourself, people! Many Memo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court, end quote. Picture, the readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in the 5-leg format in the morning edition.
Huh?
Right then, let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Okay, the joke is there. She's supposed to ask him questions, and now she's being interviewed by the witness.
Ryotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. Shut up!
By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Ouchi. That's Ta-ke-su-chi. A-u-chi. The so-called Dark Horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense's lawyer's heart. ...
No, the readers won't buy that.
What?
Witness!
Yes?
What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau on the day yesterday.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hands to write with. I'm no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many memoism.
Many memorism?
Oh, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Sosuke-san.
Oh, yes, right. That was me. Many memo again.
But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu News office after our meeting.
But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that English woman's words, I piqued my journalistic interest. Now is, wetting the tip of his pencil on his tongue.
Miss Pratt's words?
A colonel left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? And he cracks the pencil on his fist. It's horse dung! This country's judiciary is rotten to the core! The Supreme Court's ruling aren't worth the paper they're written on! The police are just imperial pawns!
Stay your tongue, young man! There are complex political issues at play!
Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down some words that she said in my mini memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all in here. Right, here goes. Huh. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. End quote. Ha! Broke another pencil! A serious criminal going on some junket? The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. I took another pencil. I don't know where I took it from. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press.
Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The crime scene portrayed in this photograph?
Oh yes! I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish. Through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Click, 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 click. From all angles. Every shape and size. Upward, sideways.
Thank you, Manimemo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death.
Witness testimony. The camera never lies. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there was plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Broke another pencil. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor. She stabbed her in the back. Bullshit! My smoldering journal, spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped up my camera, ready to click, click, click. I pulled apart the rough reefs of one of the screens and poked the lens through the perfect shot.
Reed screen, you say?
Right! You can see them clearly enough in that great shot that I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds.
Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat.
And it was a breeze for me to put my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up.
Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens?
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime.
A tenacity of purpose is considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose.
Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's Mini-Memoism in a nutshell.
At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No!
Need to adjust my recharger cord. It's always sticking out.
Wonderful news, Your Excellency! Wonderful!
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why, then, was the story never published?
Oh, that's right.
Dot.
I'm stretching my suspenders, hold them in, hold them in. Yeah.
It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play that they are yet to be understood.
More pathetic excuses!
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency.
There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest.
Cross-examination. The camera never lies. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screen, so there was plenty of gap I could see inside through.
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman? You fucking perv!
I see what you're going with this. Brace yourself, people! Here, he's painting the journal as a voyeur!
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge.
Nope. You got it all wrong, Lusted Boy.
Sorry?
To my mind, all that was inside that hub was a scoop! Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender, man or woman, it's all news. That's not even many-memoism, it's basic journalism.
If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate.
Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on?
Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut?
A sight that vindicated my journal instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her.
Hold it!
So you actually saw Membami-san entering the hut?
Yep, and she was raging like my journal spirit.
And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly?
Oh, you stole it, I didn't steal it, that kind of thing.
He's talking about the poison, I suppose.
The student girl right up to the Englishwoman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her any more, there would have been eggs.
The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism.
But the student's ranting fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time.
You really had to work on the similes first, though, to be honest.
Anyway, the point is, that woman in the duck was mightily angry.
And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me.
Which was the climactic moment as I caught on film. Broke my pencil. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor, and she stabbed her in the back. Throwing the Englishwoman to the floor and stabbed her in the back.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise woman when the stabbing took place?
Okay. Okay. So what happened is every time he broke a pencil, he produced a new one. It came out of his ear, the one that's sitting on his ear, like his backup one, but it's still there afterwards. It's like every time he takes his pencil out of his ear, there's another one that magically appears. But it happens so fast, it's like he's taking the pencil, but it's still staying there. It's like mitosis. Mitosis. Ah, the precise moment? Oh, I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish.
I have here a little simple plan of the bitch hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to court exactly what you witnessed. ...
Right you are. It's all here in my mini memo pad.
Okay, now we see a picture of inside of the hut. There's the coat hanger, the dress hanger, the open briefcase, the coffee table, some sort of rug, and the entrance. So when I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the English woman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Okay, so there's the stool at the far back of the hut. This is where the victim is. She's inches from the wall, but since they're made of reeds, he could have stabbed her in the back with it, but he probably didn't have to. He could have stabbed her with the pen and then stabbed her in the back after that.
Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that.
She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt, please. Then, the next moment, as I was watching, culprit came in. The evil student girl entered the hut. And then she stood up and they went in the middle of the room. After a while, the pair then ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. And then they switched places. The English woman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And then stabbed her in the back. In a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary, back as the two passes each other.
What you describe is a grim crime indeed.
Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what Medi-Memoism is. The beach hut plan has been entered into the court record.
By the way, Medi-Memo-san, let me check the court record first.
There you go. Can we... Okay, so culprit ended up behind, the victim fallen here. So if... I'm gonna compare that with the picture. That happened on the side. She wasn't exactly behind her. She was at the side of her. This is probably a minor detail. I'm gonna try to go up for that. Okay.
What?
Sorry.
Whilst you were watching the terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
Journos have to be observers. We cannot get involved. That's our raison d'etre.
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may,
Yes, Professor.
I think the witness' last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Father, what are you...
I will grant the defense request. Medi-Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the affirmation statement.
Well, nihilism is the foundation of Medi-Memoism, but I gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the English woman. I was only there as an observer. Okay. But there are footprints on the first picture.
Oh, maybe he hid behind the dress?
Hold it!
Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? You quite sure about that?
I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared? Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes.
It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shaft.
You really should have summoned help before taking off your camera.
Minimalism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time, in those instances, minimalism comes out on top.
Huh.
As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on. I'm gonna write that down for further use.
Surely it's making all this up.
He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating.
But it doesn't seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it?
If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instinct and press him on everything he said. As you've no doubt seen this many times before in your role as a judicial assistant.
Yes, I have! I've seen witnesses like this press often. I know exactly what to do.
I already pressed. There was an additional statement. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reeds. The English woman was sitting on a stool. The student girl came and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulls out, throwing the English woman to the floor. She was stabbed in the back. Smoldering journal spirit burst into flame, quick as a flash. Took my camera with a click. Pulled apart the roof weave of one of the screens and poked the lens to the perfect shot. I never once set foot in the hut, nor once with the English woman. I was only there as an observer. So they hint that this is where the contradiction is. So let's see what could be a contradiction. The first one that I could see is the photo there. Okay, so her feet is towards not even the stool, but between the stool and her mannequin. I'm gonna call her mannequin because it's basically a dress holder. And then the second photo. No, this makes sense, kinda. Okay, I'm gonna save just to be sure. Oh, I cannot save because I pressed. Okay, now I can save. Okay, presenting again. Plan of the layout of the small beach. Okay, I'm gonna try my first guess, which is the first picture, the crime scene photograph.
Objection!
No. Witness that statement. What's your point? Apologize. The second one would be the other picture.
Objection!
So maybe it's the...
Objection!
Huh.
Maybe I should load. I'm gonna try something else. I'm gonna press everything again.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
Okay, so now I produce the memo again.
Hold it!
Okay, this appears to be a new sentence. I don't remember seeing it.
My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped up my camera, ready to click.
Hold it! The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure. But why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police?
I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth.
I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make a story out of the incident.
Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basic minimism.
It's not something to boast about.
No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you.
That's it! That's brilliant! My burning desire to see something or other exposed. 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 Exposed.
There has to be a good reason why you didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though.
By your own admission, you were outside the hut. How then did you manage to take the photograph?
Ah, yes, that. I'm glad you asked. I pulled upon the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through the perfect shot.
Hold it!
But the two women inside didn't notice?
Obviously not. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where.
Which you'd think you'd make you reflect on what you were doing.
No, a journal's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints, take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on. I'm gonna keep it down.
Did you just make that up?
The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph. And this photograph reveals the whole truth. There is nothing more to be said.
Da da da.
Hold it!
I think I know what's wrong, but it's hard for me to translate it into what happened because I don't see footprints that goes from the back of Giselle. He never set foot in the hut nor spoke with the English woman.
Objection!
Oh, it was the pen!
Many Middleton, until now I have a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of Shoyu News on my arm.
Okay, that's the angle they were going for. She never spoke to the English woman, then why was she holding a pen with the crest of Shoyu News? That's what they were going for. I started to see the bullshit that appeared in the other Phoenix Wright games, in the sequels. Okay. Sorry, I'm eating some candy, but it's kind of hard to chew.
In a way, that's more many-memoism.
Sadly now, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What? What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Council?
Manny Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murder victim was griping it with her hand as she died.
What are you...
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Council. The initial of the accused, Raymond Barney.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also R.M.?
No!
Right then, Manny Memo. R.M. Am I getting your name wrong?
That's horse dung! Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many-memoism is being a pencil user.
And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there's an ink stain. A very obvious blue ink stain.
It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is?
Or horsey horse dung.
Manny Memo-san, it is not the case that before she dies, is it not the case that before she dies, you met with Giselle Brett at that beach hut?
Objection! Why would she listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse.
Exactly. Sure, your news will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky.
The defense had neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky.
Huh?
And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that's undeniably proves who its owner really is.
In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies.
Of course, Your Excellency. The clue of this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner identity is...
Here. Oh, wrong button. Skip all that. I press X instead of triangle.
Got it!
As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize, Manny Memo-san.
Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Shoyu News.
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly the stars in the night sky don't seem to be so numerous, do they? Well, Manny Memo-san, how do you respond?
No!
He got whips back and then the hat fall on his face.
Order, order. Explain yourself, witness.
So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens to reveal harmless secrets.
I use nothing but honest tactics.
Alright then. Fine! I won't try to hide anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Shoyu News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the English woman.
An interview?
You never mentioned this before!
When exactly was this?
As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It could have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing as many memoism ship. Many memoist. As we many memoists say, the people who don't pay their dues for unworthy news.
However insignificant you deem him to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired.
Got it, yes, alright. But on one condition.
Condition?
In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. I break another pencil! You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san.
Soseki-san?
Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own, and brace yourself, because it's not a harmless one, it's big. It's a scoop. What? Many memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story.
Very well. I will grant the witness request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand.
Soseki-san, hiding something?
No, Papa.
Looking on his back, witness testimony. The witness's secret. I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still has a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. I break my pencil, but he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now.
You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness? And when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
I'm gonna recharge my controller. Because apparently it's not working well when I put it on the charge. Okay, this one's fine. The other one isn't even recharging. I don't know what's going on. Come on, recharge. My other controller seems to have a defect. I don't think the light works well anymore. So I have no idea if it charges or not.
That's true, yes.
He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that breaks your pencil in half, that incriminates the accused.
This is preposterous! Why am I only hearing about this now? Why did you mention this before, you yokel hack?
It wasn't even a conversation! Yes, and it poses the withering English rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious, even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency.
The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut?
Cross-examination. The witness's secrets. I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss.
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview.
Oh, Guédille Poulet! Hello, 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 bonne fête. Is that a raid? Mon Dieu, c'est un raid! Hello, Guédille Poulet, comment ça va? On va donner un little shout-out à Guédille Poulet, qui me souhaite une bonne fête, parce que c'est mon stream anniversary. C'est fait 2 ans, cette année, que je stream sur Twitch. Et l'année passée, mon tout premier stream, je jouais à Ace Attorney. Et j'ai pris la décision qu'à tous les ans, je m'y remets, je joue à un jeu dans la série de Ace Attorney. Alors, sans plus tarder, un shout-out à Guédille Poulet. Qui jouait à Animal Crossing New Horizon. Intéressant, intéressant. Puis, comment ça se passe? Comment va ta cabane? C'est qui tes voisins? Tu t'entends-tu bien? Pour ceux qui me connaissent pas, je suis Damien le Mascador. Je solo polyamoureux, cis hétéro de 42 ans qui vit en Gaspésie. Et ça fait... Je me spécialise pas mal sur jouer des jeux vidéo sur Twitch. Je joue en anglais, en français. Une fois par semaine, je stream en français. Je jouais à Astérix et Obélix XXL 3, le Menhir de Cristal. C'était mon dernier jeu en français. Et je pense faire aussi... c'était quoi le truc que je voulais faire? Je sais que j'avais fait un truc rating. Mais également... qu'est-ce que je voulais faire aussi? Ah oui! J'ai une petite surprise pour jeudi prochain. Je suis en train de la préparer. Là. C'est vraiment quelque chose de très 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 humoristique avec un jeu qui peut se jouer dans les 2 langues, en fait. Fait qu'il joue très bien en anglais qu'en français. Je regarde la petite surprise. Ça va être pour jeudi prochain, si tout va bien. Si vous voulez être sûr d'avoir toutes les nouvelles, là, mes plugs sur Discord. C'est sûr, je donne mon horaire sur Discord, mais aussi je vais poster sur Twitter, Facebook. Vous pouvez me contacter sur Instagram si ça c'est votre dada, mais je m'utilise un petit peu moins Instagram. Mais en gros, c'est ça. C'est beaucoup de questions pour Animal Crossing. J'aime mes voisins, mais je veux kick out les douchebags. Oui. C'est un petit peu ça. C'est l'avantage de jouer à Animal Crossing, c'est que tu peux choisir c'est qui, avec qui tu veux te tenir. Puis c'est comme... Tout le monde a une personnalité. Là, dès que tu apprends les villageois, peut-être tu peux voir un petit peu plus là, avec qui tu aimes te tenir. Fait que souvent, tu peux connaître plus... Tu sais, comme, dis-moi avec qui tu te tiens, je te dirai qui tu es, tu sais. Mais je connais pas assez tous les voisins. Il y en a beaucoup, par contre. Il y a beaucoup d'animaux. Fait que, oh my god! Merci beaucoup pour 100 grammes de glitter qui s'en vient dans ma face. Une pluie de glitter. Merci beaucoup. Quill, Twitchbot. Merci beaucoup pour les bits. Très, très, très apprécié. Alors là, c'est ça. Là, je suis en train de jouer. Bon, ça se passe dans les années 1900. Là, présentement, je joue une fille qui se déguise en garçon pour se faire passer pour un avocat parce que les filles sont barrées de la cour. T'sais. T'as pas le droit de te présenter en cour en étant une femme à moins d'être sommée. Puis là, ta meilleure amie a été faussement accusée du meurtre d'une étudiante britannique à l'université, puis à cause que c'était une britannique, il n'y a aucun avocat japonais qui voulait protéger ça en disant que tu sais, il y a eu une entente entre les 2 empires, entre l'empire britannique puis l'empire du Japon, et tu sais, on veut pas causer là
d'éclat politique. Fait que le monde préfère dire, ah, vu que c'est juste une femme, on va la mettre coupable, on s'en calisse. Tu sais, vu que les femmes au Japon sont encore moins bien traitées que les hommes, tu sais, Ben, merci beaucoup pour lurker, Gedier, je comprends très bien ça. Souvent, moi aussi, quand je finis mon stream puis que je m'en vais aider quelqu'un d'autre, je me tiens un petit peu dans le chat puis je lurk en même temps parce que je me fais à manger. Et là, présentement, j'ai un petit snack à côté. J'ai des jujubes Haribo, mais ils sont trop durs. C'est des Haribo dinosaures, je pense que c'est la dernière fois que je les achète. Mais comme je les ai achetés sur Amazon, j'ai beaucoup de paquets. Fait que là, ce que je vais faire, c'est que, mettons, je fais les voix de tous les personnages. Mais pour la fille en particulier, son vrai nom, c'est Susato. Mais on lui a donné un nom de gars, fait que c'est Ryutaro, fait que c'est très, très mâle. Ryu qui est dragon, puis Taro qui est tigre. Ça tombe bien, on est sur l'année du tigre. Ah non, c'est Tora, pas Taro. Taro, ça c'est c'est un ingrédient, je pense que c'est une racine hawaïenne, je pense, qu'on trouve dans certains aliments. Non, fait que c'est ça, Ryutaro, ça fait très masculin. Fait que là, la fille, elle doit passer pour un gars. Fait que là, je l'imagine prendre une voix de gars. Fait que
Au début, elle parlait un petit peu comme ça, mais bon, comme elle veut imiter un gars, ben,
Faut que ça sonne un petit peu de même. So, you ask her for an interview, you say?
Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year.
About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life?
Oh, that's not the way I phrased it. Many-memoism calls for straight talking. Il s'appelle vraiment Many-Memo. Mais son prénom, c'est Wrighton. Vous voyez le jeu de mots? Writing, Mini-Memo. Puis c'est ça, là. c'est un petit peu de même tout le temps. C'est débile. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson? Is how I put it to her.
Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler.
Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran of the paper taught me that.
And how did Miss Brett answer?
With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm, end quote. Woo! That told me! So I waltzed right out of here.
Really? Something about that doesn't seem quite to fit together. Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together.
Live every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running.
Je veux juste vérifier un petit peu, là, c'est quoi la dernière. I asked the English woman for an interview, she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Wait. Ouais, c'est ça, on voit des empreintes rentrer, mais pas d'empreintes de sortie. Regarde, je vais m'essayer, je vais prendre un risque. Je vais sauver pour commencer. Si ça marche pas, ben... Ok, alors on va présenter celle-là.
Objection!
Non! Oh well.
The witness statements correctly contradict the piece of evidence.
Oh, is that so? Presenting out.
Oh well,
Ok. On va continuer de presser.
Watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and other witnesses come running.
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett has just turned you away.
Persistent wins the prize. Any mini-memoist will tell you that. Let them think you left, and then just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop.
And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this stellar photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence.
Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness.
And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide.
I'm sure.
Please, do go ahead with this. The court is eager to hear what you have to say.
Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it. The detective realized that the victim still had the pulse, so he ran off to fetch help.
Hold it!
And Soseki-san remains behind in the hut?
That's right. Yup. Our other friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging.
What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me while traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars. They'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I was gasping for air, drowning in the sea of cold sweat.
Poor Soseki-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply.
As the world seemed so close and around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely. No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please.
And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. That's when this Rider man here asked the woman a very significant question.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did he say?
Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Rider man?
Out with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman?
Soseki ...
Well, true. I'd better be catching crabs at the water's edge and building castle in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even from a grown man. But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air.
Ray!
I ran up the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaving over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Osanaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to go get help. And then, just a moment later, I hear her faint moan. A moan from the dead English woman! I nearly jumped out of my skin!
But why did you ask her, Soseki-san?
I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't! She said nothing in response! When in the stand you will answer the question asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will! I asked her, who did this to you? But she never replied.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was?
He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool and prisoner forever!
However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond, is that correct?
I know why. I know why the English woman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache, because I'm a Japanese.
Oh dear, Sosuke-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems.
Having read the report this time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia.
But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Riderman?
Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Oh. But was she pointing at the other side of the wall?
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Sosuke-san, is that really true?
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut...
Okay, the victim was in front, the culprit was in the back, and then there was the stool and the wall. So if she pointed at the culprit, she probably meant behind the victim. Like the real culprit should be on the left wall. Because it's a hut made of weaves. So it's easy to just yank.
The Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked, "Who did this to you?" the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut.
See? The back of the hut, not necessarily the culprit. The culprit was just standing in the way.
Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
No!
Sosuke-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony?
Fiddlesticks, I say!
This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction.
Actually, no, not slightly. In a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all.
You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
Yes, that's it, unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection! Your Excellency! Surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly, but there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction that the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime.
I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No! No!
The headline's writing himself. Dashing lawyers off dash, end quote. 92 point across the whole page. They will do an extra edition. Read all about it.
This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father! We don't even know what the crime was committed yet!
Impossible to the task, though the task may seem we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we needed.
Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed.
The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back and a pencil on her fist.
How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in the beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question.
I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add.
So, the gallant yokel student luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim?
I know how.
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh, to what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternate theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection! An alternative theory? Ha! None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime.
What?
And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction.
This is fiction! Fantasy!
Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruhodo,
Yes, Your Excellency?
you will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the victim was concealed?
I'm gonna say behind the wall. Here.
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm Naruhodo now.
Oh wait. That was supposed to be with the Susato voice.
Naruhodo-san would never give up. And I'm a Naruhodo now.
The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here.
Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut?
Exclamation point.
What?
Order, order, order! But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all!
You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. I'm breaking Mike's pencil on this. I didn't see any suspicious individual loitering about. I can swear to that.
Obviously, the culprit has been outside the hut. There is no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut.
Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that it's precisely the way Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing! You're bluffing, you yokel!
The defense assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut?
I'm gonna say first, because I think I know how, but I don't know if it's gonna work. I'm gonna use the second incriminating photograph. This is a photograph that shows the removal of the weaves.
Take that!
Dot dot dot.
Well, I've presented it now, but I haven't the first idea why I chose this piece.
Oh, don't tell me that's wrong. Console, you're suggesting that this piece of evidence bears out your theories how the victim was stabbed?
It's something of a windfall, Your Excellency.
I think the word you were looking for, Counsel, was downfall.
If your theory is correct and the knife was thrust into Miss Brett's back from the outside the hut, there should be a visible trace somewhere.
A trace? Yes, on the hut itself. Armed with that idea, I must look to the court record again.
Okay. Wait. There it is. There's a crack. The knife was used here. There's a crack on the weave. This is where the weave has been pulled. That's wrong picture. Right idea. Wrong picture. Okay, picture number 2.
Take that!
Or picture number 1.
The original photographic print of the crime scene?
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal truss that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Objection! Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing.
I'm not sure what anyone presents would agree. Someone at least appears to have noticed that it is that I'm referring to.
Yeah, Mini Memo is shocked. Console, once again I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing in which your claim took this place from outside the hut? I'm pointing at the crack.
Take that!
Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade being waved forced through the reeds.
And it's exactly on top of the stool.
No! I can't see any such things.
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, and you expect, however, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes! The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut.
Ah!
And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed.
Right in, Mini-Murder-san!
It could only have been you!
No!
Objection! This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut. Does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not.
Word not?
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death,
Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable.
A stool?
have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word! So in fact the victim was...
Killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen.
Ah!
Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant men Bobby-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day.
Oh.
Mini memo, ...
By your silence, Many Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. ...
This is absurd!
Robbo. That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime.
Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave!
I must say, I've never been more proud.
No! This can't be! The Ouchie Clan can't! What of my growth? My growth of hope! It wasn't an apparition! I cannot accept it! I won't!
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict and...
Mini Memo is like, hold it! Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals?
But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in place at the time to have this hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction.
So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the English woman, does it? Justice Hat? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now.
Irrelevant?
Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial already showed the whole thing hinges on something else.
What are you talking about?
Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up.
What?
Enough obscurity, explain yourself, witness.
What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course.
The poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that the deadly poison you were developing was stolen from a laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right?
That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupil are a sure sign that this particular poison was used.
I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed?
Ah!
Given that her pupil were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
Ouchie .
How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind! Precisely! It matters not a jot who stabbed him with whose back and with whose blade! Because, quite simply, the English woman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison!
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
Forgotten already, are we, Yoko? During the very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison in it whatsoever. Urgh.
So, let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turned out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right?
Well...
Ah!
Order, order, order. But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body?
There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it.
You mean she drank it?
Have a look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water in a glass has been knocked on the sandy floor of the beach hut.
Oh. Yeah, it's true. I noticed the bottle of wine says carbonated water. That's champagne! No, it's not champagne. Wait, if it's carbonated water, why the stain on the floor? It's grape juice! It's grape juice!
The poison could have been spilled into either.
So somebody made Miss Brett drink it.
Well, what do you do now? What do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all if I poisoned a woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Established? What are you talking about?
Huh? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you.
Me?
What on earth does he mean?
Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is.
It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony.
That's great, that is. Let me get a good shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. Oh yes, very photogenic.
You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim.
I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's a many-memoism.
For a brief moment I thought I would illuminate the truth. But it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us?
Alright, oh no, it's not to be continued. It looked like it to be continued, but it's not. Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's the very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I already poisoned her? I'm breaking my pencil over this. When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. The more he talks, the less it makes sense.
So you admitted then that everything happened as I described? That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen?
You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it! I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do! Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. as someone who spends his life saying that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me! Exclamation mark. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl! Now there's a woman after my own heart.
You're implicating Ray again!
She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended up her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! This journal here is off the hook.
The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. Nothing to do!
That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you all see the light. Justice at last!
This is unbelievable. And after it made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now?
Waking up, slapping her cheeks.
Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruto-san. They never stop looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial.
Yes, Your Excellency!
Cross-examination. Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent.
Hold it!
So, you do admit that you had murderous intention towards Miss Brett then?
The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice.
Your sense of...
He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation?
She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who's committed murder right here before our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance, so I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice, put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it.
So in summary, murderous intentions then?
Whatever you want to call it. The point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight. So I had to do what was right. For society.
Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay.
Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I already poisoned her? Oh, when I... Oh, whoa. I pressed the wrong button.
Hold it!
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim?
Obviously, that would be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these.
The accused administered the poison, following which the witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable fact. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, Yoko. Who knows? You may even learn something here today.
Exclamation mark.
2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim.
Do something that evil, and you got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning.
That's not the kind of law that this court upholds.
You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness?
When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murder arguing, it got my goat.
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about?
About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was laying into the English woman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson.
Yes, John H. Wilson, a professor of medicine invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba no less.
Right, but the English woman just jeered.
Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there is a little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman.
It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. Somebody said, hold it. Ray. Hold it! I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe.
Ray!
Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it.
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep it quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all of this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen.
Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness.
Exactly! He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty great peeping Tom. Oh, whoa, take it easy there.
Please! I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain this accuser remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense.
But Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh! Thank you so much, Your Excellency! It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean?
I suspected her of being the one who stole it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly has knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors of the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief manages to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my own enemy in the eye. Surely you can't understand that.
To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't be just the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did this Miss Brett respond to your concern?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Oh, yes, Many Memo-san. One small question, if you don't mind.
Oh, I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy?
Clearly, you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you've heard?
Oh, so that means he understands English.
Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. But the bottle is written in German.
No, that's the reagent. No, never mind.
The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoujo News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else.
I'm sorry, don't know what you're talking about. La 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 la.
Yes, look at this. The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word.
Oh. Well,
Many Memo-san?
As a journal and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of Mini-Memoism.
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut.
The detail of the poison article has been updated in the court record.
So that's what it is all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. That I broke yet another pencil. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record.
Very well. You may amend your formal testimony.
The point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to them to go and stab the person as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure the victim would die.
That's horse dung.
What?
That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens.
Once the victim has taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well? There has to have been a good reason for that.
If it was a reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut.
Yes! That's undeniable.
But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
Sorry? What change?
The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman.
Ah, that's it! That's when Many Memos first found out the exact nature of the poison he had used. That could be the key here.
If the victim has unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable.
But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder.
If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for.
Yes, I agree. In order to do that, let's try to glean more information.
Okay. I stabbed the Englishwoman. It was that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and pompous English murder argue it got my goat. was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. The point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason for them to go and stab the person as well. The fact that, yeah, I think the reason he poisoned the girl, like, he wanted to kill by poisoning. To be a murder whose culprit would be hard to pin. But then there was a conversation, then an opportunity. They were talking about the poison and the fact it takes minutes after it killed. So if he didn't stab her, she would have died from poisoning. That would raise suspicion on him directly, because she would have known about the poison. She would have known it takes minutes, and the investigation would have figured out that he was the last person, the second to last person who see her alive. She could not have done it while standing in front of her. She would have died in front of her. They would know it's poison. And since she got to her last, she didn't have a time and opportunity. It would be the only one. So the only way to hide the poisoning was to stab her through the read screen and pin this on her, which is the reason why the photograph exists. So, once I figure that out, how do I present this? Which statement? No trace of poison was found on the blade. Article about poison that was stolen from a laboratory at university. The reporter based it on information gleaned by eavesdropping. I want to examine it. So this article is basically the conversation between Ray and Giselle. Okay. I think this is it, but I think this is the evidence, but I need to figure out where. Where is the perfect spot? It's not as obvious. If you poison someone, you know reason to stab the person as well. The second statement and the fifth statement looks too much alike. Why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I already poisoned her? And if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to go... No, okay. I think this is it. This is the one. Oops, not this. This.
Objection!
Yes! Okay.
Well, I can think of one reason.
What?
But before I explain, I would like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all of the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? ...
Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were in all the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin.
There is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Mame Bamisan's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection! Where are you going with this, counsel?
Manny Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somewhat found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membani-san entered the hut.
Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison.
At which point, Memo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which he subsequently included in this newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death.
The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but none among new substances that are undetectable.
In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membani-san is being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered the unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, Rayton Minimemo.
Go!
It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day! And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim! But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake!
Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. Minimemo
As you listened to him from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you had to plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
Attention! But what good would that possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison caused the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he?
Exactly! Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison use, no one would ever have suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use. Which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Order. Yeah. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution has a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of, yes! I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much of the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top-man, he is clinging to lost hope.
Lost hope?
Somebody says, hold it. Not the judge. Not Ouchie. Minimemo encore. Again. Throws his cap to the ground. Ugh! You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai!
fallen? Who you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is...
I don't need a counter-argument.
What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts.
Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself.
I mean what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Shoyu News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word.
But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors of the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See? Right eye, write a mini memo. A mere reporter from the Shoyu News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory.
Ah!
But there can only be question of it. There can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you
identify, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the library that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin?
My point is this. There is one way that you, Many Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question? The pen.
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
Arg! A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now.
Bah! I swear by your weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else, these newfangled pens are merely a fad.
Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soupçon of sumptuous ink, and one works is awash with words in the blink of an eye.
That's right. Fountain pens have a smaller reservoir in the barrel,
into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later.
What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? Ah!
And just as it's possible to suck it into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word, can this really be?
Well, Many Memo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Objection! More absurdity! That never happened!
True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of our places?
No, I'm afraid I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted.
Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victims when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Manny Memo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting?
The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act while the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into a glass.
Objection! There could be any numbers of alternative explanation. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversations with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answer, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What?
As you can see for yourself, if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No! The pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir has been emptied into the victim's glass.
Yeah. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? Mini Memo is angry.
So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? That's the third time he's used this quote. So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps when I break them in my fist? He produced 4 pencils in his hands and holds them like Wolverine claws or shurikens or kunai. I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. And he throws them. Yeah! Pencil attack. You claim I sucked the poison into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again.
It looks like Dawn is going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter.
As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did it with evidence.
Ha! No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
Manny Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we're well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Very well then, I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This is it then. This will be the final piece of the puzzle.
The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that used to steal the poison.
And present the chemical reagent.
Take that!
Console, what is that bottle?
This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question.
Yes, that poison is entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
A reagent? What?
1 drop of the content of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Many Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
No, you can't. I won't produce more pencils to throw. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat.
Your Excellency! The defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
Yeah. The breaking point. He swings his camera around. This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this, trying to hold his head as high as a civilized nation by blowing himself. I took off arms to form the mighty pen. Thought tirelessly, all the name of justice, the righteousness, the minimalism, many more. And then Ray grabs the Susato with me.
I'm here. Hiya!
Susato toss. Did I do it right? Was that a Susato takedown? Wasn't it? I want to check if, yes, everything that he said was written down during his breaking point. This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this, trying to hold his head high as a civilized nation, but bowing his head to every foreign power's whim. I took up arms in the form of the mighty pen. I fought tirelessly on the battlefield news, all in the name of justice and righteousness. Yes, Many Memoism is the paragon of justice. Many memo. And then Ray comes in, and she and Susato perform a takedown.
Not quite. That was a Ryotaro takedown.
The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present.
When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully.
And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen.
Yes, that's right.
Answer me one thing, Many Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose?
Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all, too juicy for a journal like me to pass up.
Then why did the English woman ended up dead?
I went into that hut intending to quiz her on their situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face!
Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian!
What? What did you call me?
This country, with its pretension to a justice system, to a free press, it's really, really depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Okay, you see our superior ways in the West, and you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf! Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from!
Exclamation mark. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time.
What a terrible tale!
In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't just let her get away with what she's done when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journal spirit getting all fired up.
I'd like to ask you something.
Yes.
You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought.
There's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up, that's what it was!
A cover-up? What do you mean?
I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say.
Oh, come on! Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up English woman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan.
What sort of deal?
I've done my research, dug out all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? I broke my pencil again. The editor just tore the article up.
He came under pressure from the government, you mean?
If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself with my 4 pencil?
Let's not forget, Minimemo-san, that you committed murder yourself and you tried to lay the blame on the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett.
What?
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
I suppose you're right.
It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Oh yeah, that's me. Sorry. Yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in the manly way here, like any other man would. Yeah, not a woman at all. Those are real pecs, all muscle, no fat.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance.
3 out of 5 bullshit.
In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Naruhodo! I mean, Ryunosuke, you mean?
The way you handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one, it gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
That's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most kingly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Ouchi, do you have any final thoughts?
Oh, she's about to commit Sudoku. No, don't take your middle finger. Don't take your finger. Don't commit Sudoku. Are you? Oh, wait. He's gonna shave his little bud. Are you gonna shave your little bud? You're gonna shave yourself until you're bald? Ouchie ...
Prosecutor Ouchie! I, Taketsuchi of the Ouchie clan, have been bested
by a callow youth, not once now, but twice! If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today.
Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it?
Silence! Rather than living in shame, I will end it all with this blade! For that is the true path of Ouchieism!
Archieism?
One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. ...
Sprig of my topknot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Signed, Taketsuchi.
Oh, that's his, oh. Oh my god, that was so close of an haiku. That could have been an haiku, but hope is lost forever is 6 syllables. You dunce. Taketsuchi, because usually it's like a ceremonial. You write a poem, like this is your last words. But now he's gonna commit Sudoku on his bond, on his on the sprig of his top knot. He's shaking. Yeah.
Hey! I'm gonna cut it! I'm gonna cut it! I'm gonna cut it!
He's crying, and then he stops crying, and then he shaved the last of his, and then he lets them go, and the air flutters in the wind with some sprinkles of light, and it fades to white. It's so marvelous, it's so beautiful, it's so magnificent. He cut himself the top of and Soseki put his hands together and makes a silent prayer. Osonaga bows down his head. Everybody is being silent, and Ouchie bows his head, stick to his desk, showing his bald face, his bald cranium. Now, in regard to the defendant, remember me-san. Yes, Your Excellency. I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. Cherry blossoms and sake for everyone, except for Ouchie, because he sucks. Yeah, yeah. Court is adjourned. Final gavel. Fade to black. Epilogue. 13th of August, 2:38 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber, number 3.
It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing.
Now we see a picture of Ryunosuke, and there's a little mascot on his shoulder. It's like a little mouse. It's like it's like a plushie of him.
Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san?
Fade to white, then back to Susato! Susato! Oh, thank you so much. You were so dashing in there.
Ray and Father!
Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry.
It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too.
The only reason I'm still here is because of you.
Oh no, I can't take all the credit. I took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belongs to you.
Susato, don't be so standoffish.
Sorry?
We're friends, equal, and the trial's over. So no more of this formal super humility nonsense.
It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw cautions to the wind.
Caution to the... what?
I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out with a milk bar tomorrow. Or something like that.
Right, I see. I'll think about it, Ray.
At any rate, we already knocked the wind out of that horrid man. It felt so good.
Yes, it was satisfying.
It really was. Isn't there anybody else who we could throw together?
I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh my goodness. No, of course not. Of course not.
There it is at last, Ray's lovely smile.
You fought for your friends to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you, defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now.
So I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame. What? Somebody says what? Oh, okay. So now it's Osunaga and Soseki who just realized that we're actually Susato, and they just, what? What is happening?
Ah, Soseki-san, Inspector Osunaga. I do hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you?
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reason, I hope. But it's me! Susato Mikotoba.
Don't! So dashing, so divine! I'm coughing blood! No! Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine, just look at you! I had no idea, Miss Susato-san Esquiress, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san's Esquire's cousin! Astonishingly astounding ace attorney!
Poor Soseki-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum he was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Now we see a picture of the jury. We see the old jury Bailey. We see Bruce Felprey as the foreman. There's defendant number 2, who was just a regular lady. And then we have the stereo vision enthusiast. And then we have, I forgot his name, John, the veteran with the moon face. I'm gonna call him Moonface. Moonface, and then there's the construction worker and the doctor in his civilian clothes.
And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author.
I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea. And I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau, and I'm coughing blood. Who came up with Mr. Turtle? And I came up with Mr. Turtle, no less.
I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector.
Oh, amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see.
Just 2, really, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector.
Well, I'm a professional, of course. Still coughing blood.
I do worry about Inspector Osunaga sometimes, because, you know, he's fucking coughing blood all the time! I really do! 9 months ago, when he appeared there at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover disguised as a head waiter of a restaurant, La Carnival. And then again as a sailor at the Buria, on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey.
And then we see a picture of Kazuma-san.
No, that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama?
From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the English woman committed at the end of last year. Oh yes, it was the English doctor she killed, as I understand it.
Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally.
The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. Susato ...
On the voyage to Great Britain, we had the most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean.
Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch nemesis! How lightly you utter his name!
Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson.
What? Dr. Wilson?
I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes.
Mikotoba ...
And if that's really true,
Then we see
then the poor girl who won't ever see her beloved father again.
we see a picture of Iris.
As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge even to you. ...
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? You told me you were going to die! It was so worrying!
Exclamation mark.
It's been 2 months since I returned! When I left England, it was because of an urgent telegram I arrived from Japan. It says that you collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day.
What? Where did that news come from?
That's what I would like to know, because after all that long sea voyage, I thought you would find help, Father! Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's really the only explication I can think of.
Mikotoba ...
Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato?
Only at sussy bakas!
I'm sorry, my dear, I simply can't...
Ah, let me go!
Oh, this is many memos linked.
Many memo-san.
So, one throw wasn't enough for you. You came for another one?
I've got one last thing to say before they take me away.
Professor!
Me?
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on.
I had visiting student's fate.
In that visiting student's fate. Wait. When he said visiting student, is he talking about Ryunosuke or is he talking about Kasuma?
You had an hand in this, in killing Kasuma, I know.
Visiting student?
Giselle Brett, you mean?
No, not her! The student of law left for Great Britain 8 months ago.
What?
Student of law? You must mean Kazuma-sama.
What are you talking about? What does this any have to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never...
Oh, that's the judge who did the takedown. Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugene, and it's a good job I came by.
Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency.
The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your friend, Seishiro Jigoku.
Oh shit, he has a name.
And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance, Susato.
Oh, fucking you all along. Did you know all along, from the start of the trial?
A judge sees everything, Susato.
I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seiichiro here hadn't known, then he'd be recognized, and then he would recognize you. So I had a word with his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seiichiro, shall we?
Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father!
Sorry, my dear, we shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson. And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime. When nobody else is around.
I hope he's not gonna die. Please, because it's juicy info like that that telegraphs that he's gonna be killed next. Please, 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 please don't kill this character. Please, game. Do not kill this character.
Judicial Assistant Mikoto-san Esquires, could I have a word?
Oh, yes, of course, Soseki-san. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
This I have to hear. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once.
I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on the ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you, asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then? The particular part of my father was interested in?
I don't really know exactly.
but do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up with? Caught up in?
Of course, I could never forget.
Your father seems to concern himself mainly with the second case.
The second case? Wait. Hold on. Time out. There's only been one case with him. Does that mean that before he left for Japan, he was caught into another one and it's in this game? Okay, I'll bite.
The second one? You mean... the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public?
Soseki, he's looking behind his back.
Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first.
Well, I don't care! I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says! Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case, the case of the haunted lodgings.
The haunted lodgings.
That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
And then we're back to the clear sky.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness.
Oh!
And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better.
She's
How
visiting...
you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
She's standing still in front of Kazuma's
But
grave.
actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
End of chapter 1. There it is. Alright. We're gonna save. And then... okay, we're gonna go back. Okay, we're gonna save here. We're gonna overwrite. And then save complete. Go back. Okay, the memoirs of the clouded Kokoro.